Hello. Good morning, afternoon, time zone, Larkham. How are you? All that. I have no idea what time it is, as always. And also, um, my wishing machine is not finished yet, so I don't know when it will. I don't know when it will finish. God damn. I'm okay. I achieved things today, which is pretty good for now, for once, for time. But yeah, I, yeah, I know. I am always on time. That's a thing. But I'm also never aware of the actual day or date or anything. I'm just, yeah, absolutely unaware of things. Anywho, I should have went straight through, not this screen, but the next one. I mean, I can show that first, which is fine. Um, this is the new thing that have been achieved. If you see, there is now more stuff, specifically in the top section, and we have badges. And these badges, based on the phone movement, you can probably tell that they kind of shine differently based on how the phone works or move. That was fun to have, and it's neat. It's not exactly the level of details that I wanted to have, but it's a start, and I'm fine with that. The other thing is here. That's the original video I shared on Twitter earlier today, and it's pixelated as fuck, but it is basically what it is. It's pretty neat. They all work the same way, but I'm still missing something for me based on what we have in Figma. I do like some of the effects that I achieved, specifically this one. This one is just amazing. Um, but yeah, it's eh, eh, eh. one day, one day I'll figure it out. The thing that pisses me off is that I have the exact same colors and layering and everything, but it doesn't react the same. So that's the thing that I hate about Figma. I've said that many times. Figma gives us the ability as designers to do things that are really cool and really good, but when you transfer the properties of um, of Figma in code, it's just it doesn't work. So yeah, that's the Figma one. These are the Figma one. They have like I love this one a lot. Also, hi cat again. The green is kind of green purple, and the pink is more iridescent metal than pink, compared to these ones that are kind of pink but not pink. You know. I mean, this one is more purple now. Nonetheless, nonetheless, this yeah, it doesn't work the same. It doesn't work the same. Though I had a lot of fun making these things with the embossed version to ensure that we had this kind of physical element, as if they were not kind of filled just yet, or not like recessed in the app. And I also like the way that the drop shadow and the highlights basically just highlight specific parts based on the shadow. All that. That is pretty. That is pretty. And yeah, that's it makes sense, right? If you have a light source that comes from the top, and then you have like this is a hole, then this part is going to be highlighted compared to the rest because the more light comes in. So that is a lot of making sense. But that yeah, it's a bit of a mess in the code so far. This was the initial thing, and the yellow one looks like shit. But yeah, that was the first draft, and basically the characters that we have, Shu, Getsu, Hyaku, and Nen, Sen, not Sen, but like, yeah, Nen, is week, month, 100, and year. So the badges for now are only for specific amount of time that you have spent on the app. And so your streak is growing and you get like more badges. Like for me, in 4 days, I'm going to have the 1 month badge because my streak is currently 26 days in a row of using the app. Obviously, I'm building it. But yeah, that I'm gonna get this one Friday. Yay! Anyways, so that's the current state of things, and not much more than that. We still have things working. I kind of fixed some issues that we had on Discard. It was weird, and sometimes the character was growing to twice as large as it should be, so that was weird. So that is fixed now, which is good, and the dictionary section that has the path of progression is better-ish. Ish is the right term. For now, we just have this. It's a big-ass list. If you have Finnish a dictionary, it's absolutely unreadable, so I need to fix that. But at least we have access to specifics amount of entries. So this one has just 1 to 25 of the first 1,000 words, and you can just play with that and ensure that you have learned all of these words before you move on. And when you reach the 100% of this one, the second one unlocked automatically. So that's pretty good and staged. I think what I need to do now is to ensure that if the user click on the selection or the dictionary title, it goes to the latest open unlocked chunk of entries, so that you don't have to open the dictionary, select the right one every time. You know, all that. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. That is about it. It's kind of fun to do the graphic effects, shimmer effects, dot matrix effects, visual effects that I have in the app. Sadly, in the checking, I can't really animate them and see how they work. So I need to open my phone and see how it works on my phone and all that. But it's a start. I think the washing machine is ending, as it should, because we just started streaming. The washing machine is gonna end right now, almost. But yeah, that's progress, right? That's progress. That's pretty good. What did you say, Malcolm? You said something. I read Ritalin earlier. I doubled the Ritalin dosage, yet I see no effect, and I'm a bit more sleepy. Interesting. Interesting. Well, if it doesn't have an effect, and or if it doesn't have a perceived effect for now, maybe it's across time. I have never taken Ritalin, so I don't know. I can't help. But yeah, I don't know. And if that's not the case, if it's still doing nothing after 2 to 3 weeks, I think it's better for you to check something else. See with the doctors that you have if they have another recommendation or another medication that could work. But yeah, I don't know. Um, and then you said you finished season 4. You watched a few ones in English. How are you watching them in French? Holy shit! Um, Trouble was the tenant's voice, which sounded like you to me. Really? No. No, 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 no. I don't sound like the tenant. Nope. That is not a thing. I'm listening to the washing machine. Is it gonna unlock? No. I feel like it's gonna be the 1 minute ending that takes 12 minutes to end. The usual one from the Samsung washing machines. So we'll see. Anyways. Um so yeah, progress on the app for these things I'm seeing. I'm really, as the title of the stream today is, I am really running out of ID for this app. I feel like right now we have most of the thing working, right? We have the learning for the base character. Also, yes, we are in orange because it's spooky season, pumpkin colors. That is the reason. We now also have for today, because I did that today, the stroke order at the bottom to showcase how to write the things. So that's today news as well, but it's also like not that good. But then you have the radicals, which are pretty good. That's useful. The quiz are the best thing, and the kanjis. I have them because I felt like I needed to have them in the beginning, but now the more I'm using them, the more I'm like the radical section and the kanji sections are not really necessary. The only thing that I really need is the dictionary section to have progress on learning vocabulary, because that's what most people are lacking on. But then if I'm doing this, I'm ending up doing the exact same thing as any other uh, Japanese learning app. So I don't know. That's where I am right now. I do not know. But yeah, I don't know. There is ads on Prime? Well, I don't have my eye patch, but you can pirate things and get them for free in whatever language you have without the ads. You know. I said nothing. I said nothing. Not advocating for piracy. I mean, I am, to be honest. I am on the same boat as Gabe from Steam, and saying that basically, in order to combat piracy, you need to ensure that the service that you provide is better than the alternative of pirating things. So, for Steam, if you wanted games at some point, it was easier to get them pirated than buying them for real. And so Steam came up, and it was way more convenient than pirating the games. And now most people are using Steam. And then it was the same thing. Most people were pirating TV shows and movies, and then Netflix came out, and we were like, you know what, that's pretty cool. And now Netflix is shit, and now we're like, you know what, pirating is pretty cool. So, you know, cool stuff. I do agree with what Stony would say here. Washing machine. 1 second. I think we're good. So yeah, Stoney would probably say something along the line of, if you own your media, which is the goal of No Mercy, you don't need to pirate things. You just need to have the way to get the license, and then you get the license, and you're good. And I agree with that. I agree with that. So legally acquired from leftneck.com. Nonetheless, that that is most of the things. And then on the other thing, news, my how can I say that? Yeah, me too. But also, I feel like I don't know how it is right now. I haven't pirated anything in years, and I'm sure some of the websites I used to use are now dead and not accessible. I'm sure that the newer websites also exist and probably are better than what I used to use. That sounds weird, but yeah. Therefore, probably being better now. So I don't know. I don't know. It's just when I arrived in Paris in 2015, 2013, 2015, something like this. One of the coworkers that I had at the time was doing Plex automation. So basically, he had a server running, I forgot in which country, that was checking if a new episode of a TV show was popping in, and then automatically, if there was a new thing popping in with a good quality in the titles, in the things, it was just downloading it and then hosting it on his Plex server. And that's easy. I mean, it was a lot of setup at the time, but I'm sure that by now someone has created an automation to do that with one click. You click on the thing, you're done, and then you don't need to think about anything. Just you have access to the shows that you wanted. One of the other person that has a Plex server that I have access to, I'm not using it, but I have access to it, has this same thing enabled. And if I were to send him a text and say, you know what, I would love to have this show in, he would just type something in the command line somewhere and the show would pop up in the server. And then, I think it's easier now than when we did it, or I did it. But also, yeah, I can't be asked. I can't be asked, to be honest. Denny, hi, welcome on in. I disagree. Have you tried? How are you? Have you tried these? You probably haven't. I have a discount code for them, I think, or a referral code somewhere. Um, and yeah. Oh, you went with the yeah. Ha. in the creating things, where the fuck you at? There. Yes, taste mistakes. So there are some specific taste in protein powders, creatine, and other supplements that are kind of to avoid because they taste, sorry, they smell like they taste good. They taste good on paper, and then you try them out, and it's not the case. So you have two options in protein powders, and most of the time in creatine as well. But like for the creatine that I'm using, I know for a fact that tropical fruit is gonna be shit. It's gonna smell great and have an aftertaste that is really bad, which is similar to mango. Orange might be okay, but most of the time it is the same thing. There is an acidity behind it that just doesn't work. The classic Coke, this is a 50-50. Sometimes some companies make it good, and most of the time they don't. But it is kind of a 50-50. Anything berry is safe. Like blueberry, raspberry juice, great. Berry blast, great. No issues there. On the protein uh, things, when I was here, it's kind of the same thing. You have like safe bets, as in banana is usually shit after a while. It's good on the first five, and then after a week, you're like, ugh, that looks like shit. Blueberry is okay, but this one is blueberry cheesecake, therefore it's kind of ass. Chocolate regular is gonna be okay. Chocolate weird is not. And then the the most safe is gonna be vanilla and salted caramel. If you have it, I don't know if we do have it on here. I think we do. It's basically the spiculous one, but it's not really the thing. But yeah, salted caramel is usually safe. The strawberry one is shit. But yeah. It's yeah. So you have taken mango. Mango is kind of on the verge of sometimes some companies are making it really well, and sometimes most of the time the companies are doing it in a way that is more chemical than mango taste. And in that realm of things, I would rather go full chemical, therefore berry. Uh, but yeah. Um, mm. It gets in your nose when you drink it, as in it flavors your nose, or as in it is powdery and you have that in your nose when you're drinking it. Also, how do you drink your creatine? That's the thing. If you're like me and you dry scoop eat, because it's better. Or do you just water? Or also no milk, please. Not for creatine. Specifically not for mango creatine. Uh, uh, ah. It tastes like fruit medicine. Yeah, I mean it's the fruits one. Again, berries safe. Others debatable. Most of the time, clear. If you have clear, for example, I think the friends at bulk I have some things from them, but I think they have clear, which is great. Stony, hi, welcome in. How's you? We were talking about piracy earlier. which I didn't know why you were not there when we talked about piracy and pirating content. Yeah, they have unflavored. Unflavored on bulk side, it is flour-y. It is kind of dry. Um, it has a texture, like sand texture sometimes, but it's unflavored. So that's the thing. But same thing, like vanilla, tropical, passion fruit, maybe. Mixed berry, fine. Blue raspberry, fine. Apple and lime, it's gonna be good the first 15, and then you're gonna be pissed off. That's gonna be the thing. But yeah. Anything that is acidic, then he is gonna be kind of strong. So yeah. You can do like 25 one time. You can just do 25 in the morning and that's enough. That's gonna be fine. If you stretch the intake zone 4 times a day, it doesn't really have a big effect. And overall, creatine is good for you, but it's not like a miracle thing, right? It's good. It's not gonna change much. Here you go. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? How is your day going? So yeah. God damn it, I was about to show you something, but I guess, yeah. You. I'm okay. I'm okay. I've known better days. But I have some news. Come on. God damn it. The news in question. That thing right there, thank you. I achieved some things, specifically here, where the badges react to the phone movement. And so you can see how it moves when I'm moving my phone. That's fun. Right now, they are a bit sensitive. I need to figure out how to make them less sensitive. It's probably just an angle modification, as in it is currently simply 48 degrees, and the one that is on my phone is an 88 times, so it goes faster than the first one. So that makes sense. But basically we have like 3 layers. We have the bottom one that doesn't move. We have the top one that is moving in a rotation based on the angle of the phone tilting front and back. And the other one is tilting based on the rotation of the phone left and right. And so we end up with these. Right now, the one that is on my phone is based into difference. And so that's why it's darker. So I'm kind of trying to make it multiply right now to check if it is better. I know it's more subtle and it might be better in the long run. So we'll see what that does. But yeah, that's the idea. We have like 4 right now. The Figma file is much better than the code itself. And yeah, that's the thing. Also, yes, I know that the title specifically here is not accessible. Right now you're saying that it's like the title, but in reality, it's not the title. The title here is readable. The element inside, well, isn't. I mean, I can read it because I see my phone, but like you here, you can't see that. So yeah, so that is the thing that I did. I also did the thing that I talked about Friday. Friday. Yes. Friday. Let me zoom in and prepare. Dang. You remember on Friday when I said it would be nice to have the same transition to this, right? This has like the stretchy thing, and now we have a stretchy thing at the bottom. It needs to load the first transitions, which is kind of sad. That's the preview on the phone. It does it immediately. But it's, if I'm clicking on the first one to the last one, it basically stretched to the whole thing and then reach it. So it doesn't have the springiness to it. And sometimes it just doesn't work. In preview on the phone, it works every time. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. The issue, I don't know if there was an issue. No, the base of how it was built was, bitch, where you at? Yeah. The base of how it was built was pretty simple. It had the start point and end point trim moving exactly at the same time. And so right now what we did is split the initial point, like the starting point and the end point, and moving in the direction like left or right. So if I'm on index 0, it will always be going positive. So I'm gonna always move the end trim first and then follow with the start trim. And if I'm on index, like, I don't know, 3, it can go either way. But if I say from 3 I'm going to 2, then it starts, it moves the start trim first and then the end trim. So it's just like doing that elasticity thing. It doesn't work on the kanji section, which is kind of sad. Right now it breaks the entire thing, so I need to figure that out. But yeah, it is mostly like this section. The selector start is the segment width plus the index, and then it moves from start to end or from end to start. But yeah, that's the thing. We had a bit of an issue with that at some point. But yeah, that's fixed. That's fixed. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool fixed. I'm happy that it's fixed. That's yeah, that's a pretty good thing. And yes, Denny, please send away. I have a bit of an issue though. I'm sure that you can't help, Slowly. I am sure, but I'm still gonna talk about it. On Xcode for iOS, we have automations and workflow that basically says if the like, it's automated in Xcode, if the branch in GitHub is modified, then start something. And the workflow said for me, create a build, create an archive, send that archive and that build to the testers automatically. For the past 3 days, 2 days, they've been breaking, and they've been breaking for reasons that I don't know. That's the first thing. But the second thing is something that you might be able to help. Do I need to pay for GitHub at some point? Because my bandwidth is above the amount that I need to have, apparently. So do I need to pay for GitHub? I thought it was free. I don't know. It's kind of sad because it was automated, it was good, and now it's not. Now it's not. I'm getting like issues here and there, and we also have that. Maybe, I don't know. Could happen. I see. So it might be beneficial for me to just buy more bandwidth data thing. No. I could host a runner, yes, for sure. The thing is, I don't think it's like, you know what? I don't fucking know. So I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I don't know. Maybe you're right. You're probably right. What I've been seeing that is kind of fun is this. All of the other repos have been neglected, and this one is kind of. I don't know if I would run something, to be honest. Mainly because I don't know how that works. But, you know. I don't know. Also, I don't know if it works for Swift code related stuff, mainly the workflow in Xcode. I don't know if that's a different thing. If I need to change how it has been defined or anything else, I do not know. I do not know. But we'll see. We will see. Also, Denny, where's the fucking thing you said you wanted to share? Where's Danny? I'm waiting. So, in the other realms of things that have been pretty good, and yeah, would I need help for real? Yes, for sure. Most of the time, it's things that are not necessary. As in, for example, this thing with the workflow on Xcode can be manual, and I've been doing that manually for the past 2 days, and it's fine. It's okay. So I'm guessing it's probably a payment type of thing because I had GitHub LFS, large file system, large file something, I forgot, installed because some of the dictionaries were like 220 megabytes, so that was heavy. But I disabled that, and now it's still saying that I'm still using it. So I don't know. Yeah. And the documentation is also kind of weird. It doesn't give me anything. It doesn't say how to disable something. So, I don't know. Before I look at what Benny is about to send, on the other things, the newer activities that I liked on Twitter. There is this thing that I really liked from Adam. Forgot if it was Adam or David. Adam, that is pretty true. As in, most of the time when you're looking at design processes for people that have experience, again, that's going to be the same thing, you end up with a lot of iterations and a lot of visually finished things, but in the middle there is a ton of other links. So going from point A to point B is usually, for creative people, the link in between elements in your head without really knowing where the link are coming from. So sometimes you have cross and paths that just tells you, oh, this is pretty good. And it feels like, oh, you iterate on something and it doesn't work, and so you go back to the start, and then you move to something else that works, and you iterate on it and it doesn't work, so you go back to that point. And sometimes it doesn't work either, so you go back once, maybe you go back to it at some point and you iterate on something new and it works all the time. So I kept that because it's pretty true, it's pretty accurate. Someone did this thing, which is a design, obviously, but I do agree with them. They said they would love to have an IDE type of thing that give you the ability to do a right-click create component from that. And I absolutely agree. I feel like if you are building something, this is a bit more simplified compared to regular code. But if you had the ability to just create components through a right-click as a secondary file or something, and then the link would be good, I feel like that could be a good addition. Also, the software that they are building is good, so I like that. What else did I like? There was another thing earlier that we saw that I can't find, obviously. Chris, hi, welcome in. Yeah, I feel like for React it should be pretty simple to achieve, but yeah. Yes. Good questions. Where's the thing? God damn. Again, these people are making a ton of Swift UI not prompts, but like Swift UI tutorials for free, and they are pretty good. I didn't attempt, but they did a tutorial about toasts that we will see lower down in my liked, probably, which is pretty good. And I really like and enjoy free stuff, as always. So, all that, like, these things makes a lot of sense to me, to just help you in your Swift UI animation process. And you just see that it's the same animation, but it's a bit of a difference when you just say, oh, the anchor is anchor bottom, and therefore the anchor is going to be at the bottom, and if it's the anchor at the top, then the anchor is at the top, and that makes a lot of sense. So these things, yes, I like that in my feed a lot. Come on, brain. Sorry, that was loud. Probably didn't hear that. A lot of people are doing that as well, moving to Blue Sky. So I re-enable my Blue Sky after going on the idea of Alan stream yesterday, 2 days ago. I forgot at some point, and we talked about his project of Fediverse platform thingy, a tad. That's interesting. Okay. I should do that. That's better for me. I'm gonna let you read that. Basically gonna read it for you because it's easier. But yeah, Jordan is saying we are attempting some of the most ambitious visual and technical work at mainframe. If the design and experience comes before the technology to you, we are looking for iOS and web engineer to invent with us. I do not see visual ambition nor technical design skills in these buttons. It looked like any other thing that we used to do in 2010. And I don't understand how they can. It's not misaligned. It is aligned. It looks misaligned because of the shadows in. No, it's not. What you're saying misaligned is the placement of that bottom and the placement of that top not being aligned with this, but technically it is centered on the thing because it is a 3D element, so it will look higher because the element is on a perspective from the point of view of the user, and I'm guessing this is also one of the things that moves the same way that I've done on the stickers effect, where depending on how you look at your phone, the thing is going to move as well. So yes, it looks misaligned, but it's not. Anyways, it doesn't change shit in the fact that this is not technical nor ambitious at all to me. So maybe I'm out of touch, that happens. But I don't know how you can frame most ambitious visual and share that. I just I I don't know. I don't know. Okay. What you're saying here. This one is big. What you're saying here is I'm gonna keep that as close as I can without going over. So this right now is misaligned by myself. Which I think it's kind of a bad idea because this is supposed to be kind of here. Yeah, it's gonna be better if I do that. 140 in height, 140 in width. And then if I frame that, that's the center. And that's the center. So it is this line for sure. I know. I think it's not you. If that helps you, it's not a you thing. It is misaligned. I think based on what Jordan has said and what Jordan has shared in the past, if you are looking at a screen and that button is in the bottom left, it will be misaligned this way. If the bottom is on the bottom right, it's gonna be misaligned this way, because perspective makes it on the side. But yes, it looks misaligned. I know. I mean, it visually is, and so that's the reason why I think it absolutely look misaligned here. Anyways, so I just wanted to keep that because that's kind of making me laugh. Yeah, it makes sense knowing where this is gonna be used, because right now they are showcasing it in a flat environment, and my feeling is that this is a mostly Apple Vision Pro UI type of thing they're working on, because for the physicality to work perfectly and have all of these features, it's going to be way easier for them to work in the Apple Vision Pro. Therefore, the alignment is going to be based on where the user is looking, and the perspective is going to be automated rather than having to process it through the system. So yeah, that probably the thing. I'm looking at this thing also, which I'm gonna make you listen to it, which I'm sorry about it.
Well, me and JJ even used it when we was playing Minecraft last night.
We only had 20 fences left to build an enclosure, but it was annoying because however we built it, the area was always different.
So how do you think we made the biggest area we could?
First, I bet you said that 2 of these lengths plus this width would need to equal your 20 fences.
But wouldn't we care more about the area of that rectangle?
Yeah, the area of the rectangle is what we want to maximize.
And obviously that's length times width, LW.
So at this point, me and JJ rearranged this top equation to get...
So, cool. We got that. This is entirely AI generated TikToks for learning for students. This is a math equation of how to calculate surfaces and area of rectangles based on Minecraft environment, but using most of the influences of today's likeness. And if you look closely at how the video works, the mouse don't really match entirely. You have like some pixel glitching here and there, but as a proof of concept of, for now, this is impressive. And as they said, for the people that currently have an attention span that is lower because of these types of contents, and also trust or have some feelings toward these people, and that might work and help them learn things that they wouldn't have learned otherwise. So yeah, I don't know. I think technically I watched the whole video the first time. The technical terms inside are true and good, but the fact that they are using these people and their voices just make me want to not see that. I agree. But just for the content itself, I feel like the AI generated content specifically for learning is going to be pretty useful, though right now there's a massive generation gap for the people that are currently learning through ChatGPT and other platforms, which are basically just generating answers based on the query of the user, which is not necessarily the right answer. So yeah, that happens. Anywho, I feel like we are about to see something. I don't know. I want the information that I'm looking for. Yeah, as I was saying, I want to implement this in the app at some point with the stacking of notifications. I was thinking about it, but then I really thought about it, and that's never gonna happen. I don't have notification in the app. So yeah, I don't know if or when or how this can happen. So we're gonna see. That's a different thing. Well, details. I think I've done the whole thing, and we should be good. On the weekend activities, these ones have been pretty useful as well if you are someone that is interested in learning how to build realistic-ish elements. This is really useful to help you understand how lights work in the environment and how to light like an element based on light sources. So that sphere has two specific light source. You have the first one that is right there, which is this one, and you have the second one, which is a tiny one that just highlight the other side because you have it's a very tiny ball of light. So that is pretty useful for most users. As I said in a tweet 2 weeks ago, this is what most designers right now are lacking because they don't really understand how light works. So yeah. That's already the case, Denny. We already have some sort of a achievement-ish type of thing. It's not there. It's gonna be here in the quiz. Like you have the dismiss button, you would have the amount of XP you gain on that quiz specifically. Basically, I think right now we're gonna use a 2 to 5 XP per good answer. So if I'm answering yes and that's good, then I'm getting 5, and that would be a 5 right here, or maybe it's just a 1 by 1, I don't know. And then if I'm making a mistake, it just doesn't increase, it stays at 5, and then this one is good, so I'm getting 10, all that. At the end of the quiz, I potentially will have something with the XP to, I don't know, redeem things. I don't know yet. But yeah, there's that, and then there is this section of the app, which is the profile that has the users' progress and badges. But yeah, that's about it for now. And I said I think I'm done, but I think this is the end. Yes, I'm gonna be able to look at what Denny sent on Discord that I can't share online. Again, not letting me share what they do. And it's a video again, god damn it. Use an email to watch a demo video. After email is sent, the video overlay opens automatically. If the video is dismissed, the user is able to reopen it. Yeah, then you have two options. I like the first version better because you can see the preview of the video. I mean, right now, because you have your email input that is the exact same design on the second option, and you enter your email, you press the blue button, and then Gothic, hi, good morning. We're not, no. Not yet. Soon, maybe, I don't know. Thank you. But yeah, because you have your input with the blue button, and then you enter your email, you press the blue button, and then you get the video. In your brain, you're like, oh, the blue button sent my email, cool. So I'm not gonna repress it, that makes no sense. Whereas the first one, is you press the blue button, the input transforms into the video. It needs to automate it, like to be automated to load the video itself. And then you can see that it has the watch the video thing. I may say it would be better to have a bit of an enclosure around the watch the video, like a button, to help, but yeah. Other than that, yeah. Like a tertiary buttons, but I mean, the main issue that I have with the way that it's currently designed, it's the video preview thumbnail thing with the play button in it is visually bigger than your button on the right. So you know, if you have an enclosure around it, it's gonna need more space. So I don't know if, like, I'm unsure that the talk to our team is necessary in that position. I feel like it would be better maybe to have them stack on top of each other rather than side by side, and have the watch the demo video like bigger, like a card that takes the space of two, but you have a bigger thumbnail and a bigger title. You can stack your subline with your email has been sent. Make that bigger. Yeah, that could potentially work if you had them like on top of each other. If that makes sense. But yeah, other than that, as I've been saying to Kat, I need to grow my numbers before I start touching kids, because right now I'm not important enough to start touching kids. If you're here, please follow the channel so that I can start doing bad stuff. What do you mean ads? Are there ads? There are ads. Maybe. I've been joking about it for a while because it's just every fucking bad-ish YouTuber that has a content based on like appealing to massive audience. Like that's their goal. Their goal is to get the most views, the most numbers, the highest payout, the highest things. It seems that they need to they reach a certain point and then they start doing shit. Yeah, I'm not in that realm yet, so I need my numbers to go up if I want to do that, which I don't. But you know, that's the joke. So I need the number up, please. But yeah, Danny, that's about it. I don't think I have anything else on hands. I'm also in a place right now for inspirations and other things, where I have seen too much and my brain is just going into all directions at once. And I don't know what I need to implement, what I don't need to implement, what I want to implement, what I want to avoid, what I think is cool because it looks cool, what I think is cool because it could be a good addition. It's just wild for me right now. I am just in a weird place of too much inspiration, not enough knowledge and ideas for the app itself to ensure that it works for me and that it works for everyone that would use the app. So I'm just it it seems like I need to either take a break from building it, which is basically just releasing it for real, which I hope I could, but I need to fix the conjugation thing first. Yeah. Yeah. There was one person that has been banned from Kick, which is really good. Appreciate that, but usually that doesn't happen. Yeah. Yeah. I've been looking at badges, as you can tell. um, the thing is, it's not the design side that I need to take a break from, it's the content of the app. Have fun clipping the thing, yes. It needs to be perfect on the second. Yes, please do. As I've been saying, I've been trying to get cancelled for the past 2 years, so go ahead. It's also they need the conjugation thing. Let me just show you. It probably will not help you understand anything, but you know, why not? You know what? I need to keep that so that if you want to see the code. Basically, in this is not, the code is not going to help. This is going to help more. Kind of. Somewhere around there. Cool. So, verbs in Japanese have all the exact same sound at the end. You end a verb in the U sound, and it could be U, it could be ru, su, ku, whatever, right? And in the dictionary form, it's going to end in U sound. And so the conjugation system works pretty simply. Like it is a very good system, and it's really, really simple to like to understand. If you are in what we call the go down verb, which are the 5 stems verb, you just need to switch from your U column to your E column or your A column or your O column to get a specific type of conjugation. So let's say you wanted to have I don't know, you had something that is in ru, like taberu, which means eating, and you want to do something in the want to type of situation. So you want to eat, it's gonna be in the a section, and so, or the o section, sorry, and so that's gonna be tabero, and that's it. And if you wanted to do something in the past or in the negative section, it's probably going to be in the ta. So tabeta is past. So that conjugation system is really simple to grasp if it was just this. The thing is, this is the godan verb. There is also the ichidan verb that basically always end in ru and can't really get the exact same treatment. Like, you still switch things, but it's not exactly the same things that you switch. So I think the other one that I have is a pretty good. We've seen that before, but it is the same idea. It's you drop the ru, and then you have the termination or you drop something else and you add the particle and the termination, and that's the conjugation of the verbs. The thing is, some verbs that are ichidan, which usually end in ru, also like there are, or let me rephrase that. Sometimes there are verbs that ends in ru that are not ichidan verbs and are godan verbs, so they need to be conjugated in the 5 steps conjugation where they end in ru, and this is a thing where you need to know which one they are. So for a system to work and to have that implemented and working every time, it is more complex to put in place for me. So right now I'm trying to get this section of transforming the verbs into like the different conjugations into a system that makes sense. And the only way that I have found right now is to define which types of last character sound we have, and if it's any of these, we go in Godan, then give us the option to have the termination based on, like if the initial is ku, it's going to be ka, and then ki, ke, ko, ta, te. So that makes sense. The thing is, with the irregular verbs, we end up with things that are not supposed to happen, and also it changes the initial part of the verb. So the verb suru, which is to do, kind of, the usual thing that you have is transforming a verb into its mass form, which is its polite form. So if you have taberu, which is eating, again, tabemasu is eating, but politely. And so tabemashita is mas, past, and that is a polite way to communicate with a superior, with a parent, with a teacher, with something like this, like a person that is higher up in the hierarchy from you. And so you use mas. And in suru, it's not surumas, it's not sumas, it's shimas. So you need to change the initial stem of the verb and the termination at the same time. And in the way that I have built the thing here, it's just not working like that. So for example, miru, which is one of the verbs that have a good option, this conjugation, miromasho is fine. Mite kudasai is fine. This is an okay way of conjugating the verb. Iku is one of these weird, irregular, not regular, regular verb. Like iku is one of the weirdest one. And iku makes sense. Ikimasu makes sense. Ikanai makes sense. Ikimasen, ita. But in one of the, I think it's this one, in the must form, or in one of the polite form, it's not iku, it's irashaimasu, which is so much different because the I first stem is a different kanji for irashaimasu. It's not that kanji. That, and it's like one exception in that specific verb. So what I need to do, and that's basically what I did here, I have like all of the stems and all of the options that have been mapped out for most of the verbs. So that's okay, that's fine. And we also have the irregular verbs, which are currently the irregular verbs that works in ichidan verbs conjugation, and the irregular verbs that work in godan verbs as well. And that is just a mess. Yeah, it's just a mess. And it would be great if I could get that to be automated and split the characters in the right place every time. But that's because it's not like a systemic or systemized way. It's a bit more complex. Like, kiru, kimasu, kinai, kimasen, kita. This, for example, kita needs like a small tsu in the beginning, in between, like one of these characters right there needs to be right here, because it's kita. And kita is something different. And so all of that is just it's just a mess, and it's annoying. And right now we are looking at kuru, which is fine. It's the same, so I could say you take the first character and you remove it, and then everything that is after the first character is the termination that you use. That's fine. But in some cases, as I just said, for iku, for example, you have things like this. You end up with suru, which is the first character is su, the second one is ru, which is okay. That's how the verb is. And if I were to say su is the character that you take, and then ru is the character that you add for conjugation or conjugating, then the second one, which becomes shimasu, then it's not the same. So I can't just split that thing like in a system way. It doesn't work that way. It's like sometimes it's one character, which is the case here. These are one character thing. But in other bigger verbs, like taberu, I'm gonna use taberu every time because it's a good example. Taberu is taberu, and tabe is the section that you keep. Ru is the section that you switch. Therefore, you can't just take off one character. For taberu, you need to take off two. So you need to know where you need to split your verb, which is basically what I did here. With you have your verb stem and then your specific group. Like if it's a ru, the verb stem is going to be a ra, so ranai, or I, imas, or ne. It's a bit of a mess. And I've been trying to fix this and make it make sense and find a way that is not relying on so much switch cases, because switch cases are, I mean, they are fine, but they're also like, to me, inefficient. And I feel like there is a better way for me to put that in place and make it make sense, but it's not in my head just yet. So for now, all that. There is no real method that I can take to solve them. One of the methods that I can have is to use the current data file that I'm having, and then say kind is verb, and then maybe I'm adding like dash e for irregular, -1 for ichidan verb, -5 for kodan verb. But that can't be automated. Like I can't really automate that through the whole 6,100 entries that I have. So I would need to do that manually, and I would need to know each of the verbs myself to make sure that I know exactly what it is and which type it is. So that's that's a bit of a thing. I know that I could use an API from Panda or something. That is a Japanese related API that I can use to add the value of if verb. What kind is it? Add that. But yeah, for now, I'm not sure. And also, so far, I've been doing the conjugation of verbs, but these bitches, the adjectives, can be conjugated as well. Yes, yes, you heard me right. You can conjugate an adjective in Japanese because they have two types of Japanese adjectives. You have the Japanese, the adjective, the adjectives in I, which is like this one, oki or oi, and the adjective in na. And oi and oki, for example, that are really similar. Okina, oi. And so you need to know that. Yeah, it is. It was a real dyslexic moment right there. Yes, it is. Yes, it was. So that whole thing has been more complex than I thought it would be. But like I really think that if I had the knowledge of Japanese, I mean I do, as I just showcase, I have some knowledge that I can explain things and how things are supposed to be conjugated and all that. But I don't know enough to build like something that is trustworthy. So other than the kind of obvious path of manually editing all of the entries and showcasing, oh, if that is a -1, it's gonna be a go down verb or something. That's the thing. I need a pee. 1 second.
It's muscle time!
I'm gonna slip out of these. Almost on my way back. That's a slow zoom. I think that was late. Ah. So yeah, that's the current state of the conjugation. I need to find a way. I have like a platform. There is a website that is can I find it? There's like this website that is the most riddled with ads website. And if I'm opening it on my phone, it is impractical It also start playing sounds in videos at some point, so I'm not gonna use that. But in there, I have the ability to check all verbs class. So ichidan, godan are the two things. All levels, so that's every verb's existing, and then ordered by, I'm going to use the Romaji version because that's easier for me. And when I'm doing that, I have access to a long ass list of all the verbs. So I use that. I scraped this entire section to get the information that I needed. This contain, I think 270 or 700 and something. Not much. In total, not enough verbs for me to use that as a base or as a structure to apply the sorting to my current structure. Because I can do like a Python script to say, pass this file, CSV file, that has the type of verb in there, and then compare that to the whatever JSON file that I have, and if it has like the same word, then add that -1, -2, -I at the end to say that this is like a golden ichidan thing. But it doesn't work entirely. I tried it. I don't have enough entries. So yeah, that's a bit of an annoying thing. And it's been like 3 times already, 3 to 4 times that I tried to reorganize the conjugation section to ensure that it has what it needs. It has a good base right now. It's pretty okay. It's just not right. And I can't, in good conscience, sell and or ship a platform that would give anyone that is learning false data and wrong data. Like I need to be as accurate as I can to ship something. And one of the ways that I can do that easily is to remove the conjugation section of the app. Like I can just entirely remove it, not accessible, not put it in the quiz, and ensure that this is working. It's just a character-based and dictionary-based entry learning platform for now. And then think about how I can add more data with the conjugation and do that in a release. But I feel like it's almost necessary to have it in the first public release. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I'm just unsure, looking at things. And when I'm looking at like Pinterest or other platform and trying to find things, I see stuff and I'm like, that could be amazing if I were to implement something like this. For example, you've been playing for X amount of days, you have learned X amount of kana, X amount of radicals, X amount of kanjis, or X amount of words, and these are like growing through the months, and you need to reach like that point to get, I don't know, prize or something. Could be great. It could be great. Oh. Yeah. There's just I have too many inspiration and not enough things that work. So that's why I'm like doing the iridescent badges or shit like this for counting XPs. I've done that in Figma. It's there. It's just waiting. It's just waiting. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. But yeah. So many things. So many things to do. Stoney, where are we at on the you said you were doing things on the player, I think, and encoding stuff? Where are we at? Are we somewhere, is the question. Also that for research, I know that you probably have that. There is so many cool stuff everywhere. I'm looking at this one lately. I've been looking at that specifically. I think the progress on question could be interesting to have as well. As in you are currently doing this one, but you are not done with it, so you're in the middle. How did you do that? Like, is it a something that is defined in the video file itself, or is it something that you had to like guess? No, just guessing. But yeah, that file or that website then is going to be really useful for you, for inspiration's sake. It's a bit better than Pinterest for some people. For me, it's a bit better than Layers because it's an aggregator and not a posting platform. Bitch. You think I'm gonna understand? Initialize the player. You check the chapters, therefore if there is a chapter, I'm guessing you're probably gonna skip things, which makes kind of sense. I see. I see. I think if you want the other one, then if you are not into Pinterest, because Pinterest is not your vibe, which is fine. There is the new one, which is Cosmo. I think, yeah, Cosmos.so, which is different, made by designers for designers type of thing. I forgot if I have my account there. I do. But it's I don't know. I don't really know how to feel about it. It's less content. It's also way different, but also because I'm not using it, there is probably a ton of things that I'm not having, as in the algorithm giving me things that I'm supposed to see. Or that would be better for me. So yeah, I don't really know, but it's still good. But it's the same type of content or platform. It's just like Arena. It's an aggregator, and you have the content that you are interested in or not. But yeah. Use the extract chapter file containing the marker for opening and end and such to skip them. If multiple matches occur in a row, it will skip all of them. Huh. I will have one question. I don't know how that can be done, but in some of the anime that I'm watching, sometimes, not all the times, probably you is the same. Sometimes the episode continue through the ending and credits and titles and things until the end of the episodes. But it's still marked as chapter ending type of thing. Do you know if it's a part of the episode type of thing or not? Or could that be a thing? I mean, that's good. Yeah, that's kind of weird. No, it's on purpose. Like usually it's the last episode of the season, or one that needed to have more space for more stuff specifically. Like for example, the latest that I have in mind is Windbreaker. Windbreaker? Yes. They do have, like, I think they had a big fight thing, and then at the end of the fight they come home, and then while they are coming home there is the outro. They are chatting. It's not that important. They are at a cafe, they are chatting, things happen, but it's kind of neat to have it. So yeah, I do agree with that. I think it's kind of what Netflix is doing, because they kind of know. Also, it's Netflix, but yeah, maybe it's not marked as ending. Yeah, I need to get out of the inspiration zone. I do need to get. Oh, that is cute. Anywho, we were on the references. You know, I need less ID. I know. Bitch, again. Again. God damn it. Cool. I don't know how it happened. Alright, so you kept this. God dang, did I make a mistake? I probably did. I think the border needs to get out, and I think if you make a table, because right now it is a table, you don't need the repetition of the segment name, playlist name, bitrate, all that. You should just have like one line at the top as a header to get your data. But if you don't want to do that, that's an option. I agree with you. I don't really know how I feel about it. It's not bad, but it's not good either. Yeah. I don't think you need borders, no. Again, I think you need a table, like a thing that can scroll horizontally with more inputs on the side, like a real table. Like it's column based. If you want like one more input, it's one more column. You're good. It's just in the column. You define the thing. It's basically Excel. It's easier to create. It's easier to manage. it's going to be the same thing. The reason why I like this one more, god damn, why the fuck is that happening? Anyways, the reason why I like this more is because Power User would scan through. That's the first reason. The second reason is even Power User will probably not have more than 10 encoding profile for video, audio, and subtitle at once. Like to me, also probably I'm not the right target user, but you know, to me, if I am putting myself into the Power User behavior, I would probably define multiples options instead of having what we have currently, which is like many in one place. I would just have many here, many encoders or encoder profiles right there, and that's about it, rather than that. Like if I have one thing that is called Marvel 4K, I'm gonna have it that display 4K, not 4K and 1080p. It's probably gonna be just 4K, like highest quality possible, plus a fallback if necessary. But that's it. As a Power User, again, if I'm needing something in 1080p, I'm going to create an encoding profile specifically in 1080p, and that's basically what you have done here. So again, I don't know entirely, but for me, it is highly unlikely that someone is going to have 10 encoding audio and video and subtitle per encoding profile. Very unlikely. Maybe I'm wrong, and tell me if I am, but it is feasible, which is not a bad thing, but it's very unlikely. Therefore, if we get them an easier to scan thing because they want to compare like 3 or 5, I feel like it's going to be easier. But I don't know. Yeah. So that's like 3 profiles. Maybe the 3 different profiles, and then in your MP4 version, maybe you have a 4K, a 1080, a 720, a 480, right? That's 4 video entry types. If you add 210, I doubt it, but why not? 6K and 8K in total, that gives you 8. So not 10. And with just 8, with the current design that you have, you should be okay. But again, I don't know how many inputs and how many entries types you can have, so for now, I do not know. Huh, interesting. I don't think that's realistic. That's the thing. But also that's more of a you thing than a me thing, right? And what I'm about to say is more of a me thing than a you thing. Again, the opposite way, right? My thinking for how FFmpeg works and all the options that FFmpeg has is there is probably settings that are contradictory in terms of you can technically have something in that format and that format even though they don't work together. Like that's probably a thing. So there is probably how do you call that, a compatibility list of things where I know, but like where things A doesn't work with things F, and things F works with everything else other than things A. Therefore, these ones are pretty good. But yeah, I know why you're doing it. I think it's a technical good idea, but having the basics with like the presets that you have in whatever app you shared last week, here, that thing, just that, just these things. And when you select that, it pre-populates the content, and then you get. I feel like that's a good idea. This is basic. The presets, these are basics. Yes, these are basically telling you exactly everything that can work together. Like if you want a very fast 1080p 30. How can I read that? That's crazy, because that is not readable. But yeah, if you want a very fast 1080p 30, you can just click on that, and it gives you all of the settings that needs to be set in order to get like a 1080p 30 fast or very fast. So yeah. Well, share the thing then. Share the thing somewhere, maybe in there. I see. So yeah, for me, presets are kind of necessary, which I think you agree with. But then again, this is simple. Like the presets are simples. Oh god damn. Yep. That is. The way that we pronounce his name in French is very bad and really fun. Because it's a very French pronunciation. It's Jamiroquai. It's Jamy. Jamy is very French. Jamy. Jamiroquai. And some people are gonna say Jamiroquai because Quai is Quai or K. But we heard in the beginning that it was Quai, so Jamiroquai. Anyways. Yeah. Jamiroquai wouldn't be the thing, but it's for me. It's just the Jamy, because Jamy is a A first name, it's either with a Y or an IE. Depends on the day. But it is Jamie. And then Ro is Ro is very French, very French Ro. And then Kwai is basically K. So Jamie Roquet. That's so bad. La vache qui rit, that's a different thing, yes. But yeah, because we have the Jamie as a name, that's usually how we do that. Joe's like, hi, welcome on in. And the it's the same thing with Johnny Depp. It's Johnny Depp. These are so weird. So much French word. So bad. Anyways, welcome on in, Jonathan. I hope you're good. No, I mean, la vache qui rit is very French. But it's the same thing as Kiri. You probably also have that. These are much French to me. They might not be. But just the fact that this thing is Kiri, which is based, I mean, to French people, it is a bit of a play on word on qui, as in who, and ri, as in smile or laugh. So it's the one who laugh, basically, or the one who smiles. So, yeah, Kiri is very French. Same thing as la vache qui rit. Nice. Yeah. There's so many French words everywhere, sadly. Though la vache qui rit is very shit. It's not bad, but it's not good. Yeah. The guy did good. I think, I mean, if you... Are we going into French fromage? If you have access to this is much better than vache qui rit. This is a carré frais, which is just a different type of cheese. La vache qui rit is very American cheese type of cheese, like it's a bit of a plasticky outline type of thing. This is a better cheese. But yeah, in the same type, these are like single portion things. And they're good. Anyways, let's not cheese ourselves, shall we? My lunch for today was really bad. If we go into that direction of talking about food, I had... How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4... 8 slices of bread. Jerome, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Yeah, 8 slices of bread, one avocado, and some chicken ham. It was bad. But something happened. I don't know how it happened, but something happened. I sent the picture to Kat already. Yeah, something happened. That's finally got delivered today. I have enough for a month, maybe. Depends on how much I'm drinking. I sadly don't have access to the one that is good on Amazon. Um, the the good ones. One second. The good ones. Are these. These are the good one. These are the pineapple. Yeah, these are the pineapple one, and they are good tasting, but they have one thing that I don't really like about them, which is this section right there, which basically says that this specific one is supporting the veterans in the army, and I'm not really happy about that. But I like the flavor, but I'm not happy about the military service support. That sounds like a bad idea. But yeah, these are the best, but they are not on Amazon, which pisses me off. Anyways. Anyways. So yeah, so that happens today, which was real good. Now we have some stock. I have more stock than my gym, which is bad. Which means that I will provide stock for the guy that is at my gym. Yeah.
Jeroen van Wissen just resubscribed for 6 months. Beep boop.
I see. Thank you for the resub. Jerome, welcome back. 6 months, that's closing on a year. That's almost a year. God damn. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Enjoy the emotes if you like the emotes. If you don't like the emotes and you just like me, I appreciate that. That's gonna sound weird now that I'm saying that after that sentence, but I saw something. You bitch. I saw something last week. I saw like a Belgian or a Dutch fry stand, like potato fries type of thing, that had your name on it. I mean, Sharon. So yeah, that was, yeah, that happens. Estonia, I just saw something that pisses me off. I come on. Come on. A line top. A line top. It's not that complicated. Just a line top. It's these two are okay, but the first one isn't for some reason, and it's the same here. Like these are not aligned, but these two are. So I need to know how. Oh no, the first two are aligned. I said nothing. I lied. But these, yeah, these, I don't get it. I don't get it. What do you mean I wanted you to change it? No. Maybe it's a me thing, still. Maybe it's a me thing, and maybe you disagree. But anything I've made so far has been aligned. Like I haven't had anything that wasn't aligned so far. Other than the on purpose, not in a straight line thing. But everything is perfectly aligned, perfectly centered. The alignment works every time. Like yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Feed Finder. Feed Finder is the name.
Tasty is now following.
Tasty or tasty? I don't know. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. That's a cute profile picture. Oh, the talking about job hunt. The company that was like so far away from here, about like a minute and a half walking from my place to their office, said no, which I'm happy with. They said no because they were looking for someone that have great communication skills, and I love when they say that to someone like me that is communicating live on almost a daily basis and teaching, which implies good communication for some things, and have given lectures and presentation to companies of 40,000 people, and they're like, yeah, we wanted someone that has better communication skills than you, like, cool. Good, go ahead, find someone else that is a better fit. You can just say that I wasn't fitting with the person, which was the case during the interview with that person. I was like, I don't know how I feel about you, but yeah. I'm happy that they said no, though. That's a good thing. It would have been useful for me to get like a bit of money for a month or 2 or 3, but yeah. No, it did switch the 2. Don't switch the 2 words. I mean, you can if you want, but it's that's the case. The nav bar at the top, I'm guessing, unless you are on mobile. Oh, that's bad. Um, it is interesting. It's a very good. It is. It is new, so I like that. I like the newness of it. I because it changes. But other than that, I don't know if it works. I don't know if it's like there's so much things that I'm seeing that just pisses me off. So like, can I zoom in? And can you see that? Maybe you can. Can you see the border around? You can't see because I'm not on the right thing. Um, yeah, I know. I just realized that. You can see the border around the navigation right there. I think you can. I think I'm high enough here. When I'm moving to the about us, it flexes to the side by like a little bit. Just a 2 pixel type of situation, and it's just not that good. Like the switch in between these two things, because it's one is a video container, the other one is a regular container. They just, I get it, they had to switch things, but I don't know. Anyways, that is pretty cool because it is a very basic Framer addition. We have that, we use that a lot. It is very simple. It kind of works. It kind of works. They have a ton of things happening, and the fans on my computer are starting to scream at me, so that means that a lot of processing is happening, visually speaking, on top of streaming, obviously. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. Right now, only the fans, yes. Just only fans, yes. But I do agree that this is a pretty interesting landing page. And it feels new, yes, 100%. It's just like that switch of changing color for the border, changing, that's kind of bad. That's cute though. And again, I mean, it is exactly what I've been talking about for the past 2 years now. Everything is straight, not straight. It is organized with a teeny tiny bit of rotations on the elements that you are playing with everywhere. Like this thing, it's off axis by a little. It's the same thing here, same thing there. Like everything is that subtle misalignment align thing, and it's just a new trend, and I don't know if I like it. I mean, I don't mind it. I made it on my website. It is the same way, but it's just like everyone is doing that right now, and I'm not sure that it's a good idea. But yeah, nonetheless, that doesn't change the fact that the tab bar, nav bar is, yeah, it's new. I don't know how I feel about the team pictures in general. Like it's mm. And I think if you do that, I will not be able to have it on stream, which is sad. We had someone do an OnlyFans competitor at some point, and we had to do like a secondary design specifically to just get the layout working so that I can show it on stream. But yeah, that was a while back now. I think I know. I think I know who you're talking about. Nonetheless. Yeah. I mean, that's fine then. If they are closed and there is no suggestive things, then we're good. Then we are good. Yeah, we don't know how I feel about that. I'm thinking about the tabs, Stony. I think having tabs is going to be easier. The thing is, it doesn't work with the current pattern on the whole website. Like, the tabs would get rid of the buttons here. Andrew, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? Like, these buttons are gonna go in the section, in the tabs. Therefore, I'm gonna kind of lose the quick access, and we only gonna have the help, which is okay. What? Yeah. Since when did I see you? That is the question. Last time was a long time ago. So a lot happened since then. A lot happened. I started. Apparently, yeah. I started to develop a Japanese learning app, which is available for testing, and it's pretty cute, if I do say so myself. I am biased, but yeah, that happened. It's working, which is all we need, right? It has learning paths for now, so that you can learn things with dictionaries and questions, and that yeah, that helps. If you make a mistake, it tells you, oh, you made a mistake. And yeah, that's the fun part. That's been like 2.5 months of this kind of building this thing, and it's cool. It's working. I'm up here with it. Can be pink. Nonetheless, that happens. What else? Since July, well, I'm still in France, sadly, which is sad. Again, sadly. And I'm still looking for a job, and I can't find it. So that's bad. Other than that, we're good. And I'm gonna lose my mouse. I see. I'm gonna not lose my mouse. I'm gonna just plug it in and hope for the best. I hate working with wired my mouse. But yeah, that happens. We've worked on Stoney's website again, still. That hasn't changed. We're currently working on the profile encoding section, ensuring to have something that makes sense, that is easy for the power user to understand and use, but also for the potential day-to-day user to be able to just do something quickly. So it needs to be easy to understand, but also allow functionalities as much as we can. That is complicated right now. So yeah. Other than that, not much. Which is a lot. Which is a lot. Fuck. Yeah, Stoney, the placement for the tabs is gonna be annoying. One of the reasons why I don't like the ID of the tabs is because we don't really have tabs in the behaviors. I mean, we do have tabs, but it's just not the same. Une formation en alternance. Oh. You know what? I don't know. I don't know what formation en alternance is in English. It's not boarding school. Is it boarding school? I mean, boarding school is basically when you are in school and at work at the same time, which is not the same thing. Yeah, I guess work study, but like, but yes. Oh shit, it's right there. Tabs. I was looking for tabs. The whole dynamic form shit is difficult. Yes and no. It's a lot of layout shifts. Yes. That is a true thing. Yes. So, going back to what I was saying, we don't really have a tabs navigation that is similar to these tabs navigation that they already have, which are pretty useful. Like the linked tabs are useful because you know that this thing is linked to this content. On my side right now, on the components that we have, we don't really have like linked tabs. So you know, I know what you're talking about. If you change like something in 1080p, it will change something else. If you change it to 4K, you get more access, more data, more options, right? That's the ID. That's the simple thing. Zzz. Well, I don't know how we could have that. Also, what I don't like is the fact that it's 3. We have 3 entries. Not there. We currently have, and I'm gonna move that out of that way. We currently have 3 entries. Yeah, but it's different. We have more. Like that bar kind of makes sense because it has the cover above it. Kinda. How can I explain that? What I don't like about having these tabs or reuse these tabs behavior in the dashboard is mainly because when I'm here, if we have tabs, you're gonna have header with the help button followed by a a banner kind of thing that is a divider that has tabs. And so you basically end up with header tabs. The thing is, technically speaking, again, you should have the profile setting, as in the name, the media type, and the container, before the tabs. So if you have header, which is something that has a divider, followed by 3 inputs, followed by a thing that is a divider that then show you the content, there is a bit of a split in what you can see that I really don't like. So yeah. Oh. So, Andrew, to answer that, I technically don't have a diploma either. I have a certification that isn't really for design. It's mostly for dev from 2014. And yeah. So I don't have a French recognized diploma for design. I just have skills. I learned everything in the job. If you are in an alternance, that helps a ton. Because that's basically how I started. Like I was in an alternance in my first design related job, and I did the thing. I learned as much as I could in a company that I didn't really like, but it still was good information, good content. And then after that, I moved from one agency to another agency, still in alternance. Work study. Still in a work study format. That is so weird. And then that specific company basically said, oh, your alternance is kind of running out. Would you be able to find a new school so that you can be in alternance again, so that we can pay you nothing for the next 3 months or 6 months? Because we would love to keep you in here, but we can't really offer you like a CDI. And then and then I did. I found a school that would allow me to keep that company as an alternance specific job. And they were happy. I mean, the company itself was happy. The school was happy. I paid the tuition for the school. And then I started in that school. And I did 1 week. And during that 1 week that I wasn't in the company, everything went to shit. And when I came back the week after, my boss said, you know what, we may be able to offer you a CDE because we kind of need you here. And it's 1 week now that kind of pushed the deadlines of many things. So would you like a CDE? So I said yes. And then I went back to the school. I canceled my tuitions. They refunded me, obviously. Like, they were kind enough to say, oh, you've been there for a week. There's no need for you to pay for that. So yeah. And after that, I stayed there for like 2.5 years almost. And yeah. But yeah, they just wanted to not pay me And when they realized that they were about to lose me for like basically a week or 2 weeks per month, they said, "Oh, you know what? We're gonna give you a bit more money than expected. You know what? That's gonna be enough. And you're gonna stay there," which is good. So yeah, if you like, moral of the story, everything that I'm saying is basically the alternance helped me a lot to ensure that I have the knowledge and I could showcase to a company that I am good. So if you are and you can, then just do that. Just find a work study situation, work there for like 3 months, 2 months, whatever, and make yourself kind of indispensable. Indispensable? I don't know, that's a weird thing. Indispensable, you know, in French. And usually it works. Usually it works. But all that depends. Depends on the company, depends on a lot of things. So, yeah. All right. Yeah. I know that. I know that. It's pretty good. Yeah, I agree on that. No, no French in chat. The zone. Sorry, that was loud. No reason. I mean, for reason, but no reason. Yes, I am designing the thing through PNGs. You just wait, okay? It's gonna be okay. I am currently in the lazy state, all right? So that's that, yeah. Good. That's it. That's it. I said a French word and now everyone is speaking in other languages. God damn it. Oh, by the way, question now that I'm seeing that. Is the IK like the ish in German? Or is it ich? Like really ich? Um, I feel like it's an in between, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Not that I care, but yeah. I mean, I do, but not that much, right? I'm this close to align these three bitches. Anyways, that feels like an okay thing to do if we had that here. Yeah, I can't really understand it. Cat, what did I say? Hmm? Hmm? Can you do the 1080p instead of 1080i now? Is that a thing? I mean, I don't know if you're streaming right now. You probably are. But yeah, can you fix that? Or have you fixed that? Because if that's the case, that may help as well. Could be a good thing. I see. Not streaming today. Impressive. Hmm. I am using the Figma component right there. It's just I'm lazy. All right. Don't ask. I needed the base. I needed the base. Good job. And having a frozen can. That's a pretty good thing. Right icon, yes. Current, no. And I think, what did we say? It's weird at a 1080p. Can you, again, I'm going to say the same thing. Can you 1080p, turn off the camera, unplug the cam link, plug the camera on the cam link, which is unplugged from the computer, turn on the camera, plug the cam link? I know it's a lot of steps, but yeah. Basically, turning on and off everything at once, but ensuring that when you are plugging it in, the camera is already on. Jonathan, hi. Welcome on in. How's you? I was looking for video format. So, video format, that, music settings, I guess. Audio format, which is going to be the player. So audio is probably that. Still frozen? Shit. This is so weird. It's not. It kind of is, but it's not. It's not supposed to. Do I have a media thing? I think I have a media folder. I don't think I have. I mean, I have a closed caption, but closed caption is not subtitle. I may use a closed caption icon for the subtitle for now because we have that. You know, it's not true, nor is it right, but it's better than nothing. Please share. We have a new. We don't have a new. We will have a new. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. We will have something new sometime. That is so vague. That is so vague. Rotate the camera and rotate the video to trick the interpolation since you are not moving as much up and down. I don't think that would work. It's not a bad idea. Um, but I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think that would be a thing. Yeah, you would have vertical banding, which will still be annoying, but yeah. Or I have another option, if you wanted to. Um, you use finite plugin and you do that. That way, you put your camera in a thing, so it looks as if it was part of the effect. You know, that makes it all sense. You just do that. Scan line, all that. Yeah. You should be fine. It should be okay. But yeah, that's a pretty good option to ensure that you have something that kind of makes sense, and that the effect is on purpose. You know. Anywho. This is gonna be bad, because that's not usually how it's done. But that's my issue, Stony. That is the reason and the only shit. And the only thing, only reason why I don't really like the idea is that if you have that behavior, thank you, we have said a lot from today. You really have like header content, header content, and I don't like that split. Again, it is basically what is here in the simpler version of whatever the fuck that is, with header content, header content. But you know, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this is not gonna work for yeah, it is, but it works. Yeah. Well, if you do that, then you would need kind of a button, like the button that you had. The gray one, probably around here, to be at the top of the... Get the fuck out! Everything. Everything. at once. Um, right now, Stony is working on the encoding profile section, which is the ability for the user to define how the media that is coming into the server, how that media is encoded on the server, how is it saved, what basically how much space it takes, and the heavier the file, the kind of heavier the streaming is going to be. But also, if you have the ability to encode things in a lighter format, it's going to be easier for you to get access to it faster. So if you have like an encoding in 4K and an encoding in 1080p, maybe while you're streaming something, you could, I don't know if Stony has put that in place, I think yes, but you could technically alternate between, oh, you have like a low bandwidth or internet traffic, let's revert to 1080. You still have your movie, it's still good quality based on your device, it's fine. But like you have more bandwidth coming in, maybe we can send you the 4K version now. Sorry, it might not be automated for now, but that's kind of my idea. So yeah, that's the thing right now for me at that instant. So that is what, video profile, right? That's the what's the fucking thing? Add video profile, yeah. Maybe, you know, maybe. Yes. 8300. Right, if you do that, maybe. You know, I know. But that's because of your borders. Because you went straight up with lines where you should do not lines? Like you shouldn't have vertical lines. You should have horizontal lines that are 10% opacity, and that's it. And you shouldn't have the double titles, and you should be good. If you want to go with carded form, which is an option, right? Again, not against it. We have what it used to be right there, so we can 100% reuse that as a starting point. It's just not practical for scanning and user scan of the lines. That's why I want tables. Mainly also because, as you said, if you can have 200 entries, not 200 lines, 200 columns, or up to 200. Usually not going to be the case, but if that happens, yeah. And going back to our trusty, regular experience to what I used to build in the past, because that will work. As a good reference for my table section, it is good. It just takes a while to load. If you have that, and like your base element is that, and you say you want to add like an encoding profile for like video, for example, you add one, it's a table entry, and then you have something else that pops in because your entry thing is like, I don't know, 4K. 4K in this like needs these things that needs to be populated. And so once you have selected 4K as your first thing, which technically it's not like your codec, I don't know. It's just a raw way, and you're good. And then if you want, you can do shit like this, which I don't like, but you can do shit like this, or you can do shit like this, which I do like. This is broken though. Oh. God damn, why? Because you're wrapping the thing. You need something that is scrollable. There. Table. Scrollable elements. Vertically, horizontally. Technically, vertically is a bad idea. Horizontally is the only thing that you need. But you don't want to. There is a difference in between you hate that or things that is easier. Carousels have their place, tables have their place. I don't really like tables in general. I feel like they are clunky and all that, but for that specific amount of data and the amount of thing that can enter that thing, a table is basically the only viable option to ensure that the person that is reading things have access and read the entirety and scan the entirety and compare things. It basically is the only design pattern that exists that does that. But if you don't want a table, which, as you say, you don't want a table, which I'm fine with. I don't care. You lose scannability and comparing things, which I think is a bad idea, but fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. And that would change into basically this with whatever the fuck you have in it. And that's it. In a modal type navigation situation. And you should be good with that. That basically means this. You would have, I'm gonna do something that is bad, right? But yeah, that's basically what I would do. Either you do carousel because you have carousel everywhere, and on this thing again you will probably not have more than 10, so I don't really mind. But if you do, then it's gonna be something like this. And then if right, if you click on something, you then have whatever above.
She got some knockers is now following.
That is an interesting interesting name and a fat ass message. 1 second. I don't know if that's a good message or not. That's a welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. This is probably super silly. I have a Canva with 4-pixel grid enabled, and I want to use the 4-pixel grid through the whole design of the platform. But when I try to add text, it not match the 4-pixel height or 8-pixel. As a scale up, I never align to the grid. Yes. So when you're building a grid, it's not really silly. It's a thing that happens often. If you're building a grid for a layout, you usually don't create a vertical grid. You only do an horizontal grid, like 4 columns, 12 columns, whatever. If it's an 8-pixel point value of alignment, you do that in horizontal manners, but in vertical manner, it's whatever the fuck happens. So sometimes it's not gonna match because you can't really ensure like the text is gonna wrap in the right way or do that. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. You have your grid layout right here, and you are just applying that on top. Instead of having a grid, it's a column, and if it's a columns of 8 with, I don't know, 80 columns, it's gonna give me something very similar than the grid layout, grid of 8, or I mean the grid of 4 is such a goddamn. But yeah, the recommendation that I would have for you is to ensure that you are in the table of 4 every time. So if you're, I don't know, let's say you have a button and your button is gonna be 36 in height, because that's a multiple of 4 or 40 in height, and that works. And then it's in its width, you can define that it takes a certain width that is also like a multiple of 4. So you can say that it's an 80 width button. That's a big ass button. You can do that. And then you align things to the grid, but I wouldn't. It also depends on the platform that you're building the things for. As in, it is. I mean, an 80 point button is a big ass button. Uh, I personally never play or use the grid. I just know my multiple of 8 right now, like 8, 16, 32. Have a good luck, Jonathan. So that's the, yeah, building a P, E, O. So it's one of the, do I have these? I may have. It's been a while though. I mean, it's one of the design that I do, I'm guessing, because it's mostly like a, it's one of these type of layout, right? You have a sidebar on the side and you have your main content on the right. I guess. I guess. Based on what you said, it's probably going to be one of these. And might, could, right? Could work. But yeah, I would mostly so I'm gonna show you something that will potentially make you rethink the grid. This is Arc. I'm using Arc right now for navigation and internet browser experience. My official space for the website is smaller than what a normal user would have. So you can see how things are resizing when I'm resizing the window itself. It also has, or happened to have, god damn it, I forgot about that. Also happened to have on the corners a bit of a padding thing. So it is already smaller than what a regular user would have. This amount of spacing in between the website that I have access to and the border of the browser is probably not a multiple of 4. I don't know how much it is. I think it's probably 16. 16 or 8 point, but it also seems like it could be 12. Nonetheless, that alone makes your attempt to ensure that the grid is, or the elements are in the grid at all times, not feasible. Because some people will have a screen like this that is less wide than the one that you're building on. Some people will have a screen that is like an ultra wide that will have way more space. And aligning things to the grid and ensuring that they always have that grid and conform to that grid, you will ensure basically that some of your users are going to have issues with the layout. So what I would recommend you to do is try to get your spacings in between elements to conform to the 8-point grid and the 4-point spacing grid system thing, but don't really care about the sizes of thing. Again, as a references or example, here I have my website in 1920, and if I resize it, you can see how the elements inside are resizing themselves. And so if someone somewhere has a screen that is 1440p, right? That's the regular thing right there. I mean, you can, but it's not necessary. I would rather you stay here and enjoy, ask question, and do all that. But if you have that, you can see that this block right there, right now, is currently 326.67. So the 0.67 never exists because a half pixel is not a thing. So it will round up to either 326 or 327, based on how the system defines it. But then that's about it. And if you are in the regular size 1920, that's thing is 482. So, like it's yeah, it's just, it depends on the size of the screens. So you can't really conform to the grid horizontally, but you can conform to the system. As in here, I have a 2-point spacing in between these two elements. I have a 4-point spacing in between these two lines, which is everything is the same. Then I have this element that is basically equal to this stack of lines. Therefore, it's gonna have more width or less width based on whatever the fuck I have defined. But that's the idea. So here I have a spacing of 8. So based on the hierarchy of the things, sometimes you can like have more or less space. But my main recommendation is going to be just figure out the spacing and just apply your constraints. To the spacings rather than anything else. And for fonts specifically, because you talked about text earlier, as you can probably see right there, my text layer, if I select it, its specific element based on the spacing to the constraint is at 12. That makes sense. But because my element is also flexible and it's now in a divided by 3 columns layout, it doesn't sit exactly on the pixel, and also inside of the text itself, in between each letters, there is more or less space. So I end up with things that will never be entirely in place or on point. So that's like, you can't really combat that. That's that it depends on your font, and that will always happen. The only for sure way that I have to basically get your font on the pixel is to use a pixel, like pixel art type of fonts. And for the thing that you're building, I don't think that will work. I mean, it could be fun, but I don't think that would work. But that's, yeah. Basically constrain yourself to the system of the spacing of 4, 8, 16, 2, 1, whatever. But conform to that rather than conforming to the grid. I said that many times in here, but you just arrived, so you haven't heard me say that. I've been designing for 20 years. I've been designing UI for 14. And in these 14 years of visual on-screen designs, I have maybe used a grid or a column-based layout 4 times. I really don't like them. I like aligning things, and sometimes knowing that things needs to conform to columns. That is necessary, yes. Most of the time it is not. Like right now with the tech that we have, it is not necessary. Like this entire layout here is a 3 columns layout. And that's about it. And if for some reason we needed to have this thing in not a 3 columns but a 4 columns, we just add a column and it just work. Maybe the spacing between the columns needs to be smaller, as I don't know, 16, and that's about it. Done. No need for more thinking. I don't need to think about the layout. I don't need to think about how things are supposed to be aligned, not aligned. Like right now, the only thing that I can see is that these two things, specifically this one, is an 8 point, and it doesn't match with the rest of the things. So I'm just gonna speed that at 16. Same thing here. And that looks better. So, you know, like just based on spacing, things are better. So. And I just added like a new column. That's all I did. It just works. To become sure with the spacing, not worry about size so much, and as it looks good and consistent, and just ignore the specific grid. Yes. Again, I have, like, I really never do that. Yeah. That is more constraining than anything to me. And even if, like, you can potentially see that it lines up in some spaces, like here it doesn't, that's fine. It's probably because of this thing that is a half bitch right there. There is probably the reason, but most of the cards themselves are aligned to the grid without me having to do anything. Like it's just yeah, it just works. It's aligned. I say a lot of things. I have a lot of counters in that whole things. One of them is used way more often than the others, as you can tell. It's also automated, so it's just, if the mic picks it up, it picks it up. But yeah, that's technically, that's about it. That's how it works. For me, at least. It's just easier to not think about the grid and just think about the spacing. And also be comfortable with sometimes saying, you know what, this thing needs 11. This thing needs 15. That stuff right there, a button that is currently like 48 is too big, but 46 is fine. And do 46, because 48 is a big ass button. I don't even know what is my biggest bitch. My biggest button in there. I think I have something different, but yeah. This is a bit of a pattern. It's currently 256, and technically it's 256 plus 16. So I don't know how much that is, because I can't do math in my head, but yeah. The real, without joking about it, the real reason on how I decide the sizes of things, I usually go onto either Dribble, Behance, Pinterest, whichever platform I'm using for inspiration, and in there I find something that is similar. So let's say I'm looking for a project management platform, right, whatever, that's not what it is, but it's gonna be it. And I'm looking at this, and I'm checking the size of this sidebar in a rendering of something. I know that these elements are probably gonna be 24 by 24 icons, roughly. So I'm going to just take a screenshot of that, or take the image itself, put it in Figma, measure how much it is, and then do that for many of them. Maybe this one is bigger, maybe this one is smaller, and then going through, I can see that this one is way bigger than the other two. And then finding out the one that I'm the most comfortable with, and be good with that. Like, my usual thing for sidebars is 240, because 240 is the usual thing that we have for Facebook, or that we had for Facebook. Now it's wider. But yeah, this one is a tad wider than the other ones, but they are kind of the same thing in terms of size. This is probably a 280 elements. But yeah, that's the main thing. The other thing that a lot of people are doing is also measuring which elements is going to be the widest based on the text. So if you have a platform that is going to be multilingual, this is going to be tricky. But you could have a rule in your system that says biggest word available plus 16 plus 24, I don't know, is the size of this element. So if someone is resizing or changing the language from French, that's white, to Japanese, then the Japanese words are going to use 3 kanjis, which is extremely small, whereas the French are going to use 3 words, which is extremely long, and you just use that. Or you also have the option to do that. If you think that your initial size is good enough, you can just hyphen or truncate the text. But yeah, overall, I usually go for 240-ish. If it's too small, 256, 248, 256. 8 base. It's the same ID. So yeah, everything that I have here, and you're welcome. I'm here to help. That if you have more questions, feel free to ask. Like, this thing is for the spacing in between this thing and this is 8. The spacing in between this and the edge is 16, or yeah, 16. So everything is a multiple of 8 because I've been building that for a while. But also, my borders are not 2. They used to be 2, but now they are 1 because it makes more sense. And yeah, it's just a force of habit. In the beginning, it might be a bit tricky for you. I don't know how long you've been designing for. If it's the first time, that's fun. But yeah, it's just there are things that you pick up and you kind of start to figure out and know while building new products. But going back to this, going for inspiration and finding like similar-ish product, it's gonna be the easiest thing. Also, if you have the access, I mean, you do, but if you want to, you can go on the Figma community tab and then just look for UI kits, for example. And in the UI kit thing, you can just find whatever exists. And if something is free, some of them are free, and some of them have like a presentation. Do I have that? I don't think I do. Profile? No, probably not. Wizards? No. Hero? No. God damn it. This is my own UI kit. Mom! Interesting. It's cheap. There is one version that is free. So yeah, I don't have the sidebar. It's under the navigation section. But yeah, my navigation section is gonna be that, and that is currently 320. or 80. So it's a wide one. But it's an arbitrary number based on how I felt on the day that I created this thing. It probably felt like 240 was too small. Also probably like, yeah, collapsed some of the emails and names and labels. So I just 320, therefore we have everything. So yeah. It's gonna be market research, or what I call market research, which is basically competitor analysis. Which is the same thing. You go on the current state of the market to figure out how things are. So again, I'm building a project management software. It's not true, but that used to be true. And I'm just gonna go on Google and type project management software. And there will be things like this, like the 15 best project management software, which is basically done by platforms that have their own. But you have like a list, and then from there you can just open all of the website. And if you have the patience and the time and all of that, I was about to say I'm not going to open everything, but this is the end, so yeah. And then I'm going to go there, look at how the platform is, potentially get like a free account, fake data, see how it is, look at their video, try to find the design if there is like a place for me to have a bit of a design related feel. And if that's not the case, I'm just going to move on to the next one, and maybe the next one has a bit of a better preview, and then I'm checking how they are. And the goal for me when I'm doing this is ensuring that when my clients or potential clients is coming in, they feel like at home and they don't feel lost in things. Because if I change the behavior that they are used to on another platform, and my goal is to attract them to my platform so that they can use my product instead of the one that they currently have, but my patterns are different, there might be a bit of a friction thing that might make the person in question leave and not reuse or think about that tool that I'm building after. So yeah, that's basically it. Just going through there, seeing things. Like here I'm seeing like animations, transitions, kind of automation, layout in the app, which is pretty cool to see. And I have knowledge. Let's say that. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's the main idea. Just market research. Like you can see how productive right now, which we see in that instant, is basically a copy of Monday that we were on a second ago. It's also pretty much a copy of where was it? Yeah, basically Monday here, and this one they didn't have any ID. And so that is a pattern that I'm recognizing in between the two. So then I can move on to something else and I can see similar things, different color scheme, but content wise it's the same. They have the same type of features because they are project management softwares. I can move on to the next one and the next one and the next one. And once I've done that for all of the recommended platforms that exist for product management, I will have a better idea of how the current platform is, or how the current like, how can I say that? Design landscape is for that specific ID. I have like a I think I shared that at some point. Might be on this one, but I'm not sure. This one is a bit of a different one. I guess tools? I guess tools. Maybe tools. Yes. When I was working in a previous company, I did this thing, which is basically going in and like looked at platforms. So I took a screenshot of the tabs because there were a ton of tabs. and then just going through all of the platforms that I saw as potential inspiration and or useful use cases that they had, and then kind of align them with the tabs or the section name. So this one was yes. The next one was not fully, like it didn't fully work for what I was looking for. Maybe was a maybe, and then obviously no was a no. And then from there, that initial sorting, I then said this is the best one in the yes, this is the best one in the not fully, this is the best one in the maybe. And from all of that, I then just focused my attention into these kind of 10-ish overall tools that were good for me. And we started working on something that was based on that design-wise. And when it comes to the design patterns, ensuring that the people that will come from, I don't know, Toggle, for example, had a similar experience. The people that were coming from ClickUp had a similar experience. So that is the bit of a thing that I did. And yeah, it's pretty simple after a while. But yeah, I'm here to help. So if you have more questions, feel free to ask. Come back, ask question. I don't know what time is it for you. But yeah, all that. On this, if it relates to a product that is trying to convert customers from different types of software products. It's complicated, so I don't really have like direct tips. I just know that converting specific to all-in-one is extremely complicated and extremely hard, because you can't compete as a all-in-one platform. You can't really compete with a single focus thing. Like, there is a ton of platforms that do what Excel does. The only one that does it as good as Excel is Google Sheet, because they focused an entire team on building that. But if you have like a table sheet type of navigations tool in your product, you can't be at the level of Excel. So in the all-in-one landscape, it is really, really hard to dethrone a specific thing. The only way that we have found to dethrone like or replace specific is if and only if specific license plus specific license plus specific license that the person is using at the end of the month is higher than your all-in-one prices for months. So you need to basically be at the same price of 1 or 1.5 to be considered as a potential replacement for what they currently have. Other than that, that's gonna be complicated, sadly. But yeah. So all-in-one is really, really hard. It really depends on what you're trying to do as a all-in-one. I'm trying to think through it and yeah. So I mean, we tried to do an all-in-one at some point, and I really didn't want to, but my boss said we need to, so we did. But it was bad. It was bad. Again, dethroning like Excel is not really a thing that we can do. Dethroning PowerPoint is really complicated. There are like some platform that I like, but yeah. Even if there's the same amount of dedication per feature, did a price breakdown, there's a lot of savings in the ID for customers. Want everything to be super feature reach. So you could, but you will burn money until you reach the amount of dedication. What I would recommend you to do in terms of timeline for a product is focus on one feature that you think that feature is the most defining. Robin Spy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? The most defining feature of the industry that you want to kind of change. So let's say I'm using your payroll example because it's an under kind of yeah, there is a ton of people in that market, but not that much. Kind of. So if you say the payroll thing is your core, the core of your platform, before it becomes like an all-in-one, I would highly recommend you to do like the payroll as good, if not better, as some of the top of the market today, and then add knowledge management from that, and then add HR management to that, and you can put as much effort one by one. But if you try to do all of them, as you just said, as polished, as amazing experience, as feature rich as possible in the beginning, you will not succeed when it comes to product creation, mainly because the time it will take you to raise the level of each of the features is going to be the thing that makes you kind of lack when you release something that is to the state of the market better. It took you 2 years to build. The thing that you don't know is that the market has evolved in these 2 years, and maybe someone else that was the leader in that department come up with an update that basically breaks everything you created and redefine the market, and you need to redo your entire work again. So the goal is to have feature number 1, ensuring that it works, it's good, ship, get feedback while you work on feature number 2, update feature number 1, ship feature number 2 when it's done for you, then get feedback on that, and then upgrade. What I'm doing right now with this app is kind of this. In the beginning, like really beginning, I should technically just do that. That's going to be easier to do. That is on the edge. That is on the edge. When I did the first one, that was the app, right? I did hiragana, katakana, and kanji. That's it. And I shipped this to me, and I said, you know what, this is not good enough. I need something that is better than this. So from there, I added something on top. I said, you know what, we need a practice section. So we still had katakana, radical, new stuff, kanji, and like a bit of a details on each character. And a practice thing that was basically a quiz, Duolingo duplicates, just checking if it works. Cool. That works. Fine. Then, after that, I thought we need more design stuff. So I added like a bit of a better segment control at the top and better navigation, better settings, because we didn't have settings yet for like localization, all that, and so on and so forth. And now we currently have this, which is, I mean, not currently, this is the previous currently. But we had like a bit of a better, heavier feature design-wise content that took me 2 months in total. But because I had that initial release to myself, and an improvement on top of that, and an improvement on top of that, and then since I released it to the public, I had some feedback on that to ensure that now I can have something that is working, that has interactions, that has quizzes and things that work for me for now. And like that's a better experience overall than what we had in the first run. But I could only achieve that if I said to myself, release this thing and see what you think of it, what other people think of it, and yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. ましょうか。出ましょう。Where the fuck is that thing? I can't find it. 博多じゃない。Sure. I forgot which one it is. It's not this one. In red, it's really fun. I mean, you probably can't really see the background effect, but in red, it's pretty neat. It's not red, it's pink, but still, nonetheless. I mean, it happened to me in the past where we've built a thing and we were so happy that we built something that was not on the market, and then I forgot who did it. I think it was Microsoft. I think it was Microsoft. Microsoft released something, and then we were like, "Well, this product is shit. We can't compete now." So, like, all right, moving on, and yeah, I think it happened so many times. Also, in the agency that I worked at in the past, where we had client coming in and say, oh, we want to create something that is basically like X company, like Uber Eats or something similar. And we're like, yeah, we can do that for you, 100%. Do you have, like, how much money do you need? Or do you have, how much time do you need? Or when do you need this thing to be done for? And when I was in the agency, we didn't really care that much. We really cared about getting the money from the clients, but a lot of them were like, yeah, I want to do an Uber Eats thing because it seems to work right now. And then we said, yes, yeah, let's do that. So we did. but they didn't plan which restaurant would be in there. They didn't plan how to have delivery people. They didn't plan anything. They just planned, oh, we need an app to do that. And then their product failed. So, you know, all there. If you just slowly, incrementally upgrade, makes more sense. At least to me. Kawai, hi, welcome back. How have you been? It's been a while since I've seen you in here. Oh, you said something. I'm doing okay. And congrats on the job application resume thing. I'm using Teal, if that's interesting to you. Robin Spy. Teal is a pretty good, I don't know if I'm logged in. Yeah. It's a pretty useful platform. Even if you don't pay for it, which, I mean, I do, but if you don't pay for it, they have a good base for the job application tracker when you can see where you applied, how much interview you've made, and when you applied. Again, from what I've had last month, and I said that many times, I had a companies reach back in an email and say, unfortunately, you haven't been selected for this position. It doesn't really say anything about your capacities, your skills, but we will keep your information in our database and all that. My immediate response was, who the fuck are you? I applied to you maybe 8 months ago, maybe a month ago, I don't know. So having the tracking now helps a ton. And what I like about it mostly is because if I'm here and I'm, let's say I'm going into the job section and I like the UX architect at Microsoft, I have this tiny thing at the bottom. I can just click on it and it will tell me, do I match the experience? Do I, is it good? Is it okay? Is it a good fit based on my resume, based on other things? That's because I'm paying. But this is a pretty good thing. It works with this. I mean, it works with LinkedIn, which is really useful because you can quickly see things go through. And maybe I'm here and the chief UI designer is good for me because it's in Japan. Turns out I'm lower than the UX one in Microsoft, but you know, that's a thing. So yeah. Have I can agree with the variety necessity. The music right now is backing track, but this is The Slayer, which is a bit of a rock-ish band thing. DMCA free music. Good. What the fuck was I about to say? Yes, diversity in design. I really think that if you want diversity as in diversity in the thing that you're producing, get into game design, because that's going to be way more fun if you really want like challenges in terms of technical skills to build these bitches. That's going to be impressive to create. I wish I had the other ones, which I do, but they are here, you can go there. We've done these. Not these specifically, but like we've done these. These are extremely interesting to do. And Jerome, that's pretty good. I need to get back into applying to things, but I'm just tired. Right now I'm in the nah. Maybe I'm gonna die. It's gonna be fine. So AI for design process, not really. AI for technical thinking, yes. As in, I'm thinking about building this feature. What is the current market like right now? Who are the top big dogs in that market? Who do I need to take inspiration from? And all of that. These questions are going to be really useful and really simple to have answered by AI things. Just remember that, as always, current state of AI is a following of words that make sense based on the previous words. So it's generating sentences based on context, but like if you phrase something in a way that is not exactly the context that you need, you will end up with something that is not exactly what you want. So ensure that you know how to write things in the AI chatbots and other things. In terms of design process, we used used Galileo AI at some point, which apparently has changed. But yeah, it was some sort of a AI-based Figma file generation. It's probably with 2 L's and not that. Yeah, this one. Which is one of my most seen video on YouTube, to be honest, because it's shit, or it was shit when we tried it out. It could help, potentially, but it's also like very templated and very static. So, yeah. Yeah, I saw that as well. Right now, like, again, my reasoning for streaming was to get my resume as a video, so that if you have a question about how I am, how I behave as a human, how I try to communicate. Kane, hi, what's going on? How are you? Good? Midday. Ish. Afternoon. You can comment on stream and then just have a bit of a chat with me and know if that, like, it's not working. Not yet. So that's the thing, right? But then my reason for building this is also technical, as in, okay, even though I don't really understand what I'm doing, obviously, I still achieved this. So in order to, as a single designer, developer, project manager, business brain thinking, having the ability to launch an app that might flop, I don't know, might be good, might be bad, I have no clue yet, it's still in beta, that is a pretty impressive overall like project to have as a single person. And it's the same thing for Stony, for example. Building No Mercy is a pretty impressive thing to do as a single person. And it's basically a resume piece, but it's gonna be God damn it, it's gonna be here. It's a work in progress. These are the screenshots from 3 weeks ago, and we just have that with how things are built and some of the contents and the steps that I took of implementing new things. That's all I have right now. And the most important thing is going to be download the app right there. Piece of information proves that the app is existing. And that's about it. That's the idea. So yeah. Yes. Yes, it is. That's what I'm building. Right there. Very simple for now. It's just broken on the conjugation system. Like my conjugation system is working for most verbs. Most Godin verbs. But for everything that is irregular verbs, it's just not entirely good. And for things like I don't know if Suru is here. Yeah, for things like this, it's just I have Suruse, Surui, Suruse. That just makes no sense. So I need to fix that. Also, I have like empty points. But it works. It's the wheel, which took a long time, works, and the quiz works, and you know. Then, if you're on an iPhone and you're on iOS 18, I would highly recommend you to help me build it and check it out. You know. Negative past form. It's nakatta. It's nakatta, but I'm guessing it's nakya. No, I was right. It is nakatta. But yeah, I'm working on it. I need to do these, basically. That's the current state of things. A lot of things to do. That's gonna be for later. And yeah, Chris, 100%. I mean, it depends, Kevai. It depends on so many things. It depends on why currently you need variety, why you think you don't have the ability to get variety in UX and UI, and again, if you really want to do it, just do it. Like I think if right now you feel kind of stuck and not having fun and you would love to have like some variety in your job on the day-to-day, you are on or in your right to just look for that. And so if you think that graphic design could help, just do that. That might be the best option for you. just looking for graphic design because that is what would give you variety, or in your head, what would give you variety, do that. If you currently have a job, I would say do your current UX UI job, and potentially in that same company attempt some graphic design if that's an option. Like if they have flyers, if they have business cards, if they have posters, if you want to redecorate the office, if that's a thing, do that. If you still have a job but you're not interested in anything that is related to your current job, do graphic design on the side. Find something that you like to do and do that while you're not working, or while you're working if you just want to quit at some point. Whatever. That works. But yeah, while working. Anywho, that is the thing. If you don't have a job right now and you think that this is the right path for you, attempt it. Just apply to jobs that are for graphic designers. Attempt to get that, and yeah, if it works, if it gives you the unstuck feeling, that's perfect. Maybe it won't. Maybe you need something absolutely different and you don't know yet. Maybe you need to be a woodworker and build tables and stools and desk. I don't know. This is really fun, to be honest. Woodworking is one of my side things that I know that at some point, probably, when I have enough money and I can just sustain myself for a while, I'm probably gonna do that. Probably. Yeah. The thing that I would say is that the current state of thing, which is where I was going for with opening Pinterest, the state of design right now is kind of getting crazier like we used to have, and a lot of people are trying to introduce things that had disappeared. So if you want something that is exciting and that is kind of fun and that changes from the boring, classic, flat design, a ton of people are currently implementing things that are just different, like this new OS type of thing that we've seen a while back. It's kind of new, it's interesting, it changes the way that people see things. And yeah, like there is a ton of product that exists in UI UX that add fun elements to their design. Doesn't mean that everything needs to be the fun element in the design, but they do exist. And maybe that's what you need to try to implement in your current job. Again, if you have a job. But yeah. To answer the question that was earlier about AI in generating resume, I think it's a good tool. I think it helps. I don't like the fact that the current state of AI is using words that we will never use, as in delve, keen, all of these things that they use when they are formatting the paragraphs. No, that's the thing that exists. Yeah. No, I mean, I hope this finds you well. I think that's a polite form of emails in corporate world. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not against it. I think it's a pretty good approach. Yeah, teal is I used I used this one in the past. I paid for it and I forgot to cancel my subscription twice. So now I didn't forget. But it does the same thing. It analyzes the resume and it gives you some sort of a feedback based on how they think you place yourself, which is not entirely true. But they do have the optimization of LinkedIn, which is one of the things that I wanted to have. And yeah, overall, as I said, the first time that I used this thing, I had a score of 22, and at the end of the day, I had a score of 87 based on their metrics. This is a global 4-position, like generic position thing, and on another one, Until, I have a score that varies from 16 to 75 based on the job that I'm applying for. And based on that, I'm adding things to my resume, like, how's it called? Keywords at the end, and shit like this. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the improved by 50% or increase sales by 14% or things like this is a very American version, or American kind of things that I don't think works entirely for Europe just yet. It's there, but it's not the most common, and it's not the most like useful things. Again, me being me and trying to get a job in Japan is kind of the same thing. As in Japan, my resume is 3 experiences. In France, my resume is 8 experiences. And the thing is, in Japan, they don't recognize freelance, and they don't recognize owning your own company as work. So all of the work that I've done in freelance in the past don't count. And all of the things that I've done with my own design studio don't count either. So I'm left with like 2.5 experiences that one of them is 6 years. So that's good for Japan because it proves that I'm loyal to the company and I can stay there. But it's not the most important experience for me. Like, my best experience has been the one that I had from 2006 to 2011 when I was with my dad learning everything. But yeah, it's just it's just the thing. It's weird. Depends on the audience. I missed a message earlier. God, you said exciting, fun, not making me go for boring and satisfied state. I don't know if I understand that. Maybe you're missing a comma in my head. You saying that as in you want to get things that are exciting and fun, and not do things that are boring and unsatisfied. That's what you're saying? I think that's it. But yeah, I don't know. It's again, the current state of things on my Twitter likes right there. The amount of cool, interesting design choices that people are doing. Everyone read, hi, what got in? I can, yes. If you can share a link. Like, share a link in chat. And we can take a look at that. For sure. So again, like this person doing so much things in the kind of crazy branding, I guess the first post right there, but that whole website that he did, that's fun. That's not graphic design. This is UI UX. That's a fun thing. So you know, motion design is pretty interesting. Their whole like effects and things. Just maybe learn something. As in, if you're interested in motion, learn After Effects, learn Jitter, Fable, Rive. Rive is pretty cool. A lot of people are using Rive right now. And then, Aaron, I'm gonna look at that. Come on. Yes, that. Like all of the thing that they have added in how things work, and all of these apps that are kind of coming up right now are based on Rive, and some apps that have been made entirely in Rive and then just ported to iOS, Android things. It just works because it's a state machine like a game, and you can do things really simply, really easily. That could be a very cool thing for you to learn. I hate it because it doesn't work with my brain, but it's a very cool app. If I could, I would. If I could, I would, for sure. Because it's a good platform. It's a good app, good system. Take a look at the Twitter thing. Again, the most important thing for me right now is going to be, if you have a job, stay in your job, do something on the side, find the thing that you like the most, as in do some motion design, do some 3D, do some painting, do some posters, whatever. And then when you know where to go there. If you're unemployed, do whatever the fuck you want. Play some tennis, yes. Let me reload. I'm guessing there is. Yes, I was right. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna scroll through and then we're gonna go through the details. Cool. Details. Huh. Yeah, that's what I'm trying. That is similar to what Khalil did on his side. Oh, well, that was that. Yeah, that makes sense. I need some details. Details as in what you're trying to do with this portfolio. What is the... Oh. What is your goal? What is your overall goal? And then I'm gonna say things. And then after that, probably gonna go sleep. But you know, that's for after. Refused, hi, welcome back. How have you been? It's been a while. A lot of work, that's good for you. Trying to showcase my design skills and as a designer and as a developer, demonstrating that I can build things. Alright. So that works as a... I can see that things have been built. Knowing that it's you, I don't know. Have a good offline time. Probably have a beer, I'm guessing. I mean, it's 22, so probably not. But maybe later. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. I don't know if it screams dev or designer or both enough to advertise either of these skills. I'll explain in a second. Currently, what I'm seeing is a lot of animations, a lot of looping things that could be anything. They could be videos, they could be recording, GIFs, GIFs, GIF. The thing that are interactive, not really, right? That makes sense. I get it. But for the things that are not, like I didn't see that. Most of the time, I think most people are not aware of how things are. I'm thinking about one specific person, which I know post a ton, but also I don't know if I liked some of their stuff lately. Welcome back. Let me see. There is one guy that is a dev that sees designer stuff and then recreate them in code, which you probably seen that. I think Ogres had someone do something on one of their design. Like, I'm not looking for ogres, I'm looking for someone that did something to that component thing that he had made. I think here or here, I forgot where or which one. It is part of this one, and someone did something as a... Yes, Jay. There. Jay does that to me, and as in the designer dev, more dev than designer, but the fact that he has these presentation of here is how you do this thing in code, and here is how you add something, and they show you exactly how it works, and the design. So you have like the code and the design at the same time, which is basically what I was about to say. Here, if you had something similar to what I have right here, if you had this available on each of the widgets that you have, each of the blocks, that would give me the ability to just say, oh, that's the code that that person wrote, and that's the preview, and then you have the preview and you have the effect, and it works. It's cool. We have like the holographic thing. Cool. And then you want to see the code, you have access to the code, it works. Cool. I get that. Whereas here, again, I'm not sure if it's you, if it's not you. So I could say some of these things may benefit from having like a more space thing, and maybe like a display code type of thing on the side if it's easy to display, or at least a switch. That's yeah. If it's open and if you can show the code, I feel like it would be a great addition, because that way I 100% know that, okay, that person has done the code, the design, I see both. And if I'm looking for a design engineer, which is the current job title, then yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it depends, Kavai, what you are sending me, but yeah, I mean, yeah. Just, God damn it, that's the wrong button. Dang. Just, I mean, if you're not already in the Discord, I think you are, but yeah, send me a DM there. If you are part of the Discord, you don't need to add me as a friend. Don't worry about it. You should be good. So yeah, I would have the code thingy for sure. And then I also feel like you know what, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and I'm gonna ask a question instead. It's gonna be better. What exactly, like what specifically are you looking for? Are you looking to do more design or more dev? And then after that, I'm gonna say something. You don't have one that you prefer to do compared to the other one? At all? At all? Yeah, that is really... Yeah. I mean, from what I'm seeing a lot of dev-related stuff, and the design that I'm seeing are dev-style design. I know it sounds bad. That sounds as a not good thing, but it is not a... current trend type design things. Except this one. This one is a current trend design thing. Entirely. Like 100%. But most of the other things are... they really work, which is fine. Like, there is no issue with that. But it's just like it's less design than dev. Like, this is more dev than design. It's cool, it works, everything, but yeah. So, going back to the initial question that is here, this website, which is your portfolio, what do I think about it? I think it's pretty good. I think it works in terms of showcasing that you have the engineering skills, but it may lack some design touches, as in font choices, color choices, alignment choices here and there. Small details that would make me hire you as a designer, not as a dev. If I were to hire you, I would hire you mostly as a dev that has a sense of design, rather than a designer that has dev capabilities, if that makes sense. As in, if I were to hire myself, obviously I'm biased, but if I were to hire myself, I would hire myself as a designer that has the understanding of code without the knowledge of it. And that is, to me, an easier thing to get. Also, yes. That's a lot of that's one of the things that I'm like, are these videos, are these GIFs, are these different things? Like, going back to this element, which I've been talking about these for a while, but that, to me, is the inspiration for this. And the difference, design-wise, between the subtlety and the details and the things that go in here compared to what you have here is subtle, but there are things that I'm like, oh yeah, that is not a designer addition things. Like, they crop at the top and bottom. I don't know why that happens. The transitions are really cool. Like, that, I'm not gonna lie on that. That is really cool. But does it make sense? I don't know. Again, this is something that I can do in Figma in 12 minutes, maybe. And you probably took way more time in polishing the transition, the animation, the things, and me not having the ability to directly see the code right there to showcase that you have that skills. I feel like it's lacking. So yeah, again, I would do that. I would do potentially scattered layout, as in things like this that could have like longer elements that have maybe the widget thing, and we'll call them widgets, at the top and then the code at the bottom, or wider things. So, you know, that probably would be better for me in terms of layout when I'm seeing this, because this is really, yeah. And then I really have an issue with the font. That is a very designer thing to say, but I feel like the font is a mistake. It feels out of place. I mean, it's the system font apparently, but there is no hierarchy of information. There is no design on that part, and there is things that I'm unsure that it's on purpose or not. As in, you have interlines or line height in between that one and that one that is really high, and it's the same thing at the bottom, but not in the center 3 lines, which seems as if your div / span for this thing adds some padding bottom for each sentences, but then you have a period right here, and then you don't have the space underneath. So I'm like, that feels like mistakes, but there is 2, and then there is like 1, 3, 1. So there's a bit of a pattern, but it's not really a pattern, so I don't really understand. Again, designer point of view. And it might benefit from a bit more space, a bit less animation, maybe animation only on hover. Like if you remember, probably you do, but Marco is one of these portfolio that we take as a reference most of the time, because it's fucking good. But everything here has the hover state, everything has interactions, everything has tiny animations, you have focus states, interactions possible in the entire bitch. Sorry, it was a mosquito. Double mosquito. How the fuck did you get in here? That's my question, you bitch. So, right, each of these are only animated on hover, and that makes more sense to me. Like, some of them are, the animation is shit. Like that one on the side, nothing happened. But the fact that you have these, like, kind of focus thing, that is helping a lot. Have a good rest of your day. Chris, take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. I'm bothered by that mosquito thing. But yeah, like they maybe, right? Maybe Marco has been like a bit of a reference. I don't know. But it's just everything, any animation is on click, on hover, on interactions, not before. I mean, this one is the only one that is before, but it's just rotating. So kind of makes more sense to me. So yeah, overall, overwhelming amount of animation. Unsure about the font at the top, that's for sure. I would love to see the code, because you are presenting yourself as a design engineer, therefore I kind of want to see code. Not that it's like necessary, but again, that's a personal thing. I feel like when I'm sharing this, it's fun. It's a cool video of I'm showing something that I've made, and you don't know if this is like a Figma file or if this is a code project. You have no fucking clue. Whereas when I'm doing this, when you see the code, you see the fucking preview. If you are a dev, you recognize Xcode. that makes more sense. Like, progress on things, for me, for example, like analyzing how I could make the rotation selector took me a while, and so I just showcased like most of the preview versions that I've made. And because we have, even though it's shit, because we have the code on the side, you can kind of see that this is like a coded, dev'd-ish thing. So, you know, it helps. Making it recognizable as design engineer. Not that I'm presenting myself as a design engineer, but it, to me, may help. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate it. Yeah, I really think that the overall thing for me is like, here we good. Like, again, like layers, I don't like layers, but layers right here, I'm not overwhelmed. I'm good. I'm hovering this video, I'm gonna have the animation. I'm hovering this one, I'm gonna have the animation. I'm hovering this one, I'm gonna have the animation. And all of that is on hover only. It's not distracting when I'm scrolling through. And I can, like, just go back and be good. But yeah. Stoney, I saw you reverted, inverted, came back, did things. What happened? If you have more questions, Aaron, don't hesitate to ask. And if you have, like, if you want to do some updates and then come back and showcase the updates, I'd love to see. I would love to see. What happened? Keyboard kind of died. That happens. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Damn. I can take a look at that, yeah. I'm using Claude most of the time because it works. It makes sense. It's simple. And it's integrated in Cursor. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try that out at some point. Alright, me tired. It's 4:30, god damn it. Someone is live at a time when I'm usually not there. So we're gonna go there. It's been a while. Doing some coding. That happens. Cop is live. It's been a while. It's another club member, so that's pretty cool. Anyways, as always, thanks a lot for being here. The VOD is going to be stored on YouTube in the live section. If you have questions when I'm not live, you know where to find me on Discord. And you have all of my socials there. And I shall be back on Wednesday if all goes well. We never know. Sometimes I die. As always, I said a ton of things. And if you want to give me money, you can sub, but that's not necessary. We'd rather you buy something, like a UI kit. Or you try the new app. Anyways, as always, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And Stoney, you lost. That's sad. That is sad. Anywho. Yeah, you know the drill. Okay, bye. See ya.